Greetings, my fellow adventurers. It's Elara. Welcome back to our cozy sanctuary, where the hammers strike and the rumble of ancient mountains weave together a tale of resilience, unity, and the enduring legacy of the dwarves. Tonight, I am thrilled to share with you the epic story of Tharun Ironfist and his brave company who journeyed into the heart of the Grey Mountains to uncover a long-lost forge. This is a tale where the fire of the past is rekindled and the bonds of brotherhood forge a future brighter than Mithril itself. So, find your coziest spot. Let the warmth of the forge's firelight and the echoes of ancient dwarven songs surround you, and prepare to delve into a world where the strength of craftsmanship and the courage to face the unknown reignite the spirit of a forgotten age. Let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and which tales of bravery and legacy you'd love to hear next. If you'd like to support the channel, you can join the Griffin's Nest on Patreon for ad-free and background music-free versions of stories. Let's begin. The wind howled through the high peaks of the misty mountains, carrying with it the icy sting of snow. The once mighty halls of Durin's kin lay silent beneath the stone, their forges cold, their songs replaced by the whispers of the wind through empty corridors. But in the heart of the great dwarven stronghold of Khazad Dûm, nestled in a quiet alcove of stone, a small fire crackled. Around it sat a group of dwarves, their rugged faces lined with the marks of a hard life. Tharun Ironfist, a blacksmith by trade, sat closest to the flames. His broad shoulders were hunched, his thick beard neatly braided despite the grime of his work. His hands, calloused and worn from years at the forge, held a mug of ale, though he barely sipped it. His sharp blue eyes, ever observant, rested on an elder dwarf who was regaling the group with a tale. "The lost Forge of Durin," the elder said, his voice low and gravelly. "A myth, some say. But those of us who remember the old songs know the truth. It was no ordinary forge. They say Durin himself lit its first fire with a shard of starlight, and from it came the greatest weapons and armor our kin have ever known. The mithril blades, the axes that never dulled, the shields that could withstand dragonfire, all of them forged there." Another dwarf, younger and brash, scoffed. "Aye, and I suppose the forge sings you a lullaby while you work?" The others laughed, but Tharun didn't join in. His gaze remained fixed on the elder. "Where was it, Kargun?" he asked, his tone serious. "The Forge of Durin. Where did it lie?" Kargun stroked his silver beard, his eyes glinting with the spark of a long-buried memory. "Deep within the Grey Mountains," he said. "A place of fire and stone, hidden in the heart of the mountain. It was abandoned after the Great Exodus, when our kin fled the dragon Scalemir's wrath." Tarun's fingers tightened around his mug. He had heard the tales of the Grey Mountains, of the riches buried there, and of the dangers. Dragons were only part of the legend. Avalanches, treacherous paths, and wild beasts were known to claim even the most skilled mountaineers. But Tharun wasn't thinking of danger. He was thinking of the forge, of its fire reigniting, and of what he could create with its legendary heat. That night, as the others retired to their chambers, Tharun lingered in the common hall. The fire burned low, casting long shadows on the stone walls. Kargan sat alone, nursing his drink. "You believe it's real," Tharun said, approaching him. Kargan looked up, his eyes wary. "What makes you say that?" "The way you spoke about it. That wasn't the voice of a storyteller spinning tales. It was the voice of a dwarf who knows." Kargan sighed, setting his mug down. "Aye," he admitted. "It's real. My grandfather spoke of it often. He was one of the last to leave the Grey Mountains before Scalemur took the peak. He said the forge was unlike anything else, a gift from the mountain itself. But it's lost now, buried under rock and snow." "Then it can be found," Tharun said firmly. "The mountains haven't swallowed it whole. It's still there, waiting." Kargan studied him for a long moment. "Why does it matter to you, Tharun?" "I'm a smith," Tharun said simply. "I've spent my life forging tools and weapons, but I've never had the chance to work with something greater. The Forge of Durin, if it's as powerful as they say, it could bring our craft back to heights we've forgotten, and I could be the one to light it again." Kargan shook his head. "You're mad, lad. Even if you find it, the journey alone will kill you." Tharun smiled faintly. "Then I'll die trying." The next morning, Tharun stood at the gates of Khazad-dûm, his pack laden with supplies. The iron doors loomed high above him, their surface etched with ancient runes that glinted in the early sunlight. He tightened his belt and adjusted the strap of his axe. "You're not thinking of going alone, are you?" Tharun turned to see Bryn Stonehelm, a longtime friend and fellow smith, striding toward him. Bryn was shorter but stockier, his auburn beard a stark contrast to the gray and white stone around them. His keen eyes sparkled with both amusement and concern. "I figured I'd see you off," Bryn said, "but it looks like you've lost your wits entirely." Tharun chuckled. "I need to do this, Bryn. The Forge of Durin could change everything." Bryn crossed his arms. "And what happens when a bear makes you its dinner, or the snow buries you alive?" "I've faced worse," Tharun said, though he knew it wasn't entirely true. "Besides, if you're so worried, why don't you come with me?" Bryn laughed, shaking his head. "You'd be hopeless without me, wouldn't you?" "Fine. But if we die out there, I'll make sure you know it was your fault." The two dwarves clasped hands, their grip firm. "We'll need more than just us," Bryn added. "The Grey Mountains aren't kind to travelers." By the end of the day, they had assembled a small but capable company. Torin, a seasoned ranger who knew the mountains well. Hela, a miner with a knack for finding hidden paths. And Durik, a gruff warrior who had fought his share of battles. Each carried their own reasons for joining, some for gold, others for the thrill of adventure, but all were united by the promise of the forge. The first leg of their journey took them through the foothills of the Misty Mountains, where the air grew colder with each step. Tharun led the way, his eyes scanning the horizon for the jagged peaks of the gray mountains. Tauren's sharp gaze caught every movement in the brush, while Hela marked their path with small stone cairns to guide their return. The nights were cold, their campfires small to avoid attracting unwanted attention. The company spoke little, their focus on the road ahead. But as they ventured deeper into the wild, the land itself seemed to resist them. Loose rocks shifted beneath their boots, and narrow trails clung precariously to steep cliffs. On the fourth day, they reached a river swollen with melted snow, its icy waters rushing violently. A makeshift bridge of fallen logs offered the only way across. "This doesn't look promising," Durik muttered, his hand resting on the hilt of his axe. "It's either this or backtracking a day," Tauren said, "and we don't have time for that." Tharun stepped forward, testing the logs with his weight. They creaked, but held firm. "We go one at a time," he said. "I'll go first." The crossing was slow and nerve-wracking, each step a gamble against the raging current below. But the company made it across safely, their relief evident in the sighs and nervous laughter that followed. As they climbed higher into the gray mountains, the air grew thinner and colder. The jagged peaks loomed closer, their snow-covered surfaces glinting in the sunlight. Tauren pointed to a distant ridge, where steam rose faintly into the air. "That's where we'll find it," he said. "The heart of the mountain." Tharun felt a surge of hope, but it was tempered by the knowledge that their greatest challenges lay ahead. The Forge of Durin was within reach, but the mountain would not give up its secrets easily. As they set up camp for the night, Tharun stared into the fire, his mind racing with thoughts of what lay ahead. He didn't know if they would succeed, or if the forge would be as grand as the legends claimed. But one thing was certain. They would find the truth, no matter the cost. The steam rising in the distance was a beacon that quickened the company's pace. Tharun Ironfist led the way with renewed determination, the promise of Durin's legendary forge drawing him like a lodestone. Behind him, Bryn's Stonehelm muttered to himself about the biting cold, while Tauren, their ranger, walked with the quiet focus of someone attuned to the dangers of the wild. Hela, the miner, and Durik, the warrior, brought up the rear, their heavy boots crunching through the snow. The gray mountains were as unforgiving as the tales described. The air grew thinner with each step, and the biting wind howled around them, tearing through their cloaks and stinging their faces. Narrow paths clung to the mountainside, with sheer drops that vanished into mist below. Every step felt like a gamble, and more than once, Tharun had to steady himself against the rough stone walls. The sun dipped behind the peaks, casting long shadows across the ridges. As the temperature plummeted, Tauren raised a hand, signaling the group to stop. They had reached a narrow pass, the path ahead blocked by a cascade of ice and jagged rock. "This wasn't here last time I came through," Tauren muttered, his keen eyes scanning the obstacle. The mountains shifted. Could be an avalanche buried the path. Durik stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his axe. "We could try to climb over it," he suggested, "or carve our way through." Hela shook her head, her breath fogging in the cold air. "The ice is too unstable. If it shifts, it'll bury us." Tharun studied the blockage, his mind racing. "There might be another way around," he said. "Hela, You've spent years in the mines. Could there be a tunnel nearby? Hela frowned, her eyes narrowing as she examined the rock face. If there's a natural fissure, it could lead us through, but finding one won't be easy. They spread out, searching the nearby cliffs for any sign of an opening. It was Tharun who found it, a narrow crevice hidden behind a cluster of snow-covered boulders. It was barely wide enough for a dwarf to squeeze through, and the air that seeped from it was cold and damp. "This might lead us around," Tharun said, his voice echoing faintly in the crevice. "But it won't be comfortable. Better than freezing to death out here," Bryn grumbled, tugging his cloak tighter around him. "Let's go." The tunnel was dark and narrow, the walls pressing close on either side. The company lit torches, their flickering light casting long shadows that danced across the uneven stone. The air was stale, carrying the faint scent of damp earth and minerals. Hela took the lead, her miner's instincts guiding them through the twisting passageways. She occasionally paused to run her hands along the walls, muttering to herself as she searched for signs of stability. The others followed in single file, their footsteps echoing in the confined space. As they delved deeper, the tunnel widened into a cavern, its walls glittering with veins of quartz and iron. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like jagged teeth, and a shallow stream wound its way through the center of the chamber. "This wasn't made by dwarves," Hela said, her voice tinged with awe. "It's natural. The mountain carved it." Durik knelt by the stream, cupping his hands to drink. "At least the water's fresh." Bryn peered into the darkness ahead. "Let's hope this doesn't lead us straight into a dragon's lair." Tharun shot him a look. "Let's not speak of dragons unless we have to." The group pressed on, their torches casting a warm glow that pushed back the shadows. The path grew steeper, the air cooler, until they emerged from the tunnel onto a rocky ledge overlooking a deep valley. The steam they had seen earlier rose from the valley floor, mingling with the mist that clung to the peaks. "There," Tharun said, pointing to a cluster of jagged rocks in the distance. "That's where the steam's coming from. The forge should be close." The descent into the valley was treacherous. The rocks were slick with frost, and the ground crumbled beneath their boots. Tharun led the way, his movements sure and deliberate, while the others followed with varying degrees of confidence. More than once, Bryn slipped, cursing loudly as he scrambled to regain his footing. By the time they reached the valley floor, the sun was high in the sky, its weak rays doing little to warm the air. The ground here was barren, a stark contrast to the snow-covered peaks above. Patches of scorched earth and blackened stone hinted at volcanic activity beneath the surface. The steam grew thicker as they approached the source, and soon they found themselves standing before a massive stone archway carved into the mountainside. The arch was ancient, its surface worn smooth by time, but the faint outline of dwarven runes could still be seen. "This is it," Tharun said, his voice filled with awe. "The entrance to Durin's forge." Hela stepped forward, tracing the runes with her fingers. "These markings are old, older than Khazad-dûm. This was one of the first forges, built when our people were still young." "Can you read them?" Bryn asked. Hela nodded slowly. "They're a warning. Only those of true purpose may enter. The fire within burns for the worthy." Durik snorted. "Sounds like something out of a bard's tale." Tharun ignored him, his eyes fixed on the archway. He stepped closer, his hand resting on the cold stone. If the forge still burns, it's behind this door. We've come too far to turn back now. Torian examined the archway, his sharp eyes scanning the edges. There's no handle, no mechanism to open it. If it's a door, it's sealed tight. Maybe it needs a key, Hela suggested. Or a push, Durik added, stepping forward and planting his shoulder against the stone. He pushed with all his strength, but the door didn't budge. Bryn shook his head. If brute force worked, someone would have opened it long ago. There must be another way. Tharun's gaze shifted to the scorched earth beneath their feet. He knelt, running his hand along the ground. The fire within burns for the worthy, he murmured, repeating the inscription. His fingers brushed against a small indentation in the stone, a circular depression, as if something was meant to be placed there. "What is it?" Bryn asked. "A keyhole, of sorts," Tharun said. He reached into his pack, pulling out a small mithril pendant he had carried since he was a boy. It was a family heirloom, passed down through generations, said to have been forged in the fires of Durin's forge. He placed the pendant into the depression, and the ground beneath them rumbled. The archway glowed faintly, the runes flaring to life. A deep groan echoed through the valley as the stone door began to slide open, revealing a dark passage beyond. The company stood at the threshold, their torches casting flickering light into the darkness. The air that seeped from the passage was warm, carrying the faint scent of soot and iron. Tharun felt a surge of anticipation and fear. "This is it," he said. "The Forge of Durin." The others exchanged uneasy glances, but none of them hesitated. One by one, they stepped into the passage, their footsteps echoing in the darkness. The door closed behind them, with a finality that sent a shiver down Tharun's spine. Whatever lay ahead, there was no turning back. The darkness within the passage swallowed their torchlight, reducing it to faint flickers on rough stone walls. The air was heavy and warm, thick with the smell of soot and minerals. Every sound was amplified. The crunch of boots on loose gravel, the soft hiss of torches, and the faint creak of leather straps. Tharun Ironfist, at the head of the group, tightened his grip on the handle of his torch, his heart pounding with anticipation. Behind him, Bryn muttered under his breath, his voice just loud enough for Tharun to catch. "If this forge is truly here, it's been sealed for centuries. Whatever we find, it won't be welcoming." "Quiet!" Tauren hissed from the rear. The ranger's sharp eyes scanned their surroundings, his body tense as if ready for ambush. "This isn't a place for idle chatter. Stay alert." Tharun didn't reply. His focus was on the path ahead, a narrow corridor that seemed to slope gently downward. The walls bore faint markings, long worn by time, but unmistakably dwarven. Intricate runes wound through the stone, narrating fragments of an ancient story. He paused to study them, running his fingers over the grooves. "What do they say?" Hela asked, stepping closer. "Hard to tell," Tharun replied. "But it's about Durin. His name appears again and again. Something about fire, stone, and..." He trailed off, frowning. "A test." Bryn let out a low groan. Of course there's a test. Nothing worth having ever comes easy for us dwarves." Tharun didn't respond, but unease crept into his thoughts. The door they had passed through had already demanded a demonstration of purpose, and now the runes hinted at further trials. He pressed on, his resolve firm. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. The corridor opened into a vast chamber that made the company stop in their tracks. The space was cavernous, its ceiling lost in darkness. Massive stone pillars rose like sentinels, their surfaces carved with intricate designs that shimmered faintly in the torchlight. The floor was smooth and polished, reflecting the orange glow of their torches like a mirror. At the center of the chamber stood a large pedestal, its surface engraved with more runes. Around it lay scattered remnants of dwarven craftsmanship, broken tools, rusted armor, and fragments of what appeared to be weapons. The air was eerily still, and yet a faint hum seemed to emanate from the stone itself. Helen knelt beside one of the broken tools, running her fingers over the corroded metal. "These were forged here," she said softly. "The craftsmanship. It's unmistakable. This is Durin's work." Tauren circled the pedestal, his expression wary. "If this is a forge, it doesn't look like it's been used in centuries. What happened here?" Tauren approached the pedestal, his eyes scanning the runes. "This isn't the forge," he said after a moment. "It's another marker. A guide, maybe." Bryn groaned. "Another guide? How many more of these blasted puzzles do we have to solve?" Tharun ignored him, focusing on the runes. He traced their patterns with his fingers, murmuring the words aloud. "The fire must be kindled. The stone must sing. Only then will the path be revealed." "Kindled and sung?" Durik asked, his voice skeptical. "What in Khazad's name does that mean?" Tharun's brow furrowed as he studied the pedestal. He noticed a shallow depression at its center, shaped like a bowl. Around its edge were small grooves, as if something had been fitted there long ago. "We need fuel for the fire," he said finally. "Coal, wood, anything that burns." Hela reached into her pack, pulling out a small pouch of coal she had brought as a precaution. She poured the black chunks into the depression, stepping back as Tharun lit them with a spark from his flint. The fire caught quickly, its flames dancing in the still air. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the pedestal began to hum, the sound deep and resonant. The grooves around the fire glowed faintly, lines of light snaking outward like veins in the stone. The light spread to the walls, illuminating a hidden mural that depicted scenes of dwarves forging weapons, battling great beasts, and delving deep into the earth. The hum grew louder, and a deep rumble shook the chamber. From the far side of the room, a section of the wall slid open, revealing a new passageway. "Well," Bryn said, breaking the tense silence, "that's one mystery solved. What's next?" The new passageway was narrower than the first, its walls rough and unadorned. The warmth that had permeated the air earlier grew stronger, and soon the company began to sweat beneath their heavy cloaks. The faint scent of sulfur wafted through the air, mingling with the ever-present smell of soot. Tauren's keen eyes caught movement ahead, and he raised a hand to halt the group. "Careful," he warned. "The ground looks unstable." Sure enough, the floor ahead was cracked and uneven, with thin fissures through which faint light and heat emanated. Steam hissed intermittently from the cracks, creating an eerie sound that echoed down the passage.
"We'll need to tread carefully,"
Tharun said, his voice steady.
"One misstep, and we could fall through."
Durik tested the ground with the butt of his axe, his expression grim.
"Feels solid enough here, but I don't trust it."
They moved slowly, each step deliberate. The cracks widened as they progressed, revealing glimpses of molten rock far below. The heat was intense, and the air grew difficult to breathe. Sweat dripped down Tharun's brow as he led the way, his eyes scanning for stable ground. Halfway across, a loud crack shattered the tense silence. The ground beneath Hela gave way, and she let out a startled cry as she slipped. Durik reacted instantly, grabbing her arm and pulling her back just as the rock crumbled into the fiery abyss below.
"Careful!"
Tauren snapped, his voice sharp.
"We don't have room for mistakes here."
"Thanks for the reminder," Bryn muttered, his tone laced with sarcasm.
"As if we're not already sweating our beards off."
After what felt like hours, the company emerged from the treacherous passage onto a wide stone platform. The heat was nearly unbearable now, and the air shimmered with waves of rising steam, but the sight before them made the discomfort worth it. In the distance, a massive forge sat at the center of a cavern so vast it seemed almost endless. Its structure was built into the rock itself, with great chimneys that vented steam and smoke into the air. A large pool of molten lava surrounded the forge, its fiery glow casting flickering light across the chamber. Massive gears and chains, rusted but intact, hung from the ceiling, hinting at the machinery that had once powered the forge.
"This is it,"
Tharun said, his voice filled with awe.
"The Forge of Durin."
The others stared in silence, their faces a mix of wonder and disbelief. Even Bryn, who had spent much of the journey complaining, seemed momentarily lost for words.
"It's beautiful,"
Hela whispered. Tauren's sharp gaze scanned the chamber.
"Beautiful, maybe, but look at the lava. If we're going to light that forge, we'll need to find a way across."
Durik grunted, hefting his axe.
"And hope that whatever built this place hasn't left us a nasty surprise."
Tharun nodded, his determination solidifying. The forge was within reach, but their journey was far from over. The fire that had burned so brightly in Durin's time now waited for them to rekindle it.
"Let's move,"
he said.
"The forge won't light itself."
The glow of the molten lava illuminated the vast cavern, casting flickering shadows across the ancient stone walls. The Forge of Durin loomed before them, a towering structure carved from the very heart of the mountain, its edges adorned with intricate runes and depictions of dwarves at work. The air was thick with heat, making every breath a labor, but none of them could tear their eyes away from the monumental forge. Tharun Ironfist stepped forward, his heart pounding with a mix of awe and purpose. The forge was everything the legends described and more, but it was also silent. The great bellows were still, the massive anvils untouched by tools for centuries. It was clear this masterpiece of dwarven craftsmanship had been abandoned in haste, its fire extinguished long ago.
"It's magnificent,"
Hela murmured, her voice barely audible over the bubbling of the lava. Bryn wiped the sweat from his brow, glancing uneasily at the molten pool surrounding the forge. "Magnificent or not, it won't light itself. How do we even begin?"
Tharun turned to the group, his expression resolute. We repair it. We bring it back to life. This forge wasn't just left to die. It was built to endure. We can fix it. The group split up, each taking on a task. Tharun circled the forge, examining its external structure for weaknesses. Hela delved into the mechanisms beneath it, her miner's instincts guiding her through the labyrinth of gears and levers. Durik and Bryn worked together to clear debris from the pathways, their axes and pickaxes clanging against stone. Tharun focused on the heart of the forge, the great bellows that once fed its flames. The massive leather and iron's contraptions were worn and cracked, their joints rusted with age. He ran his hands over the material, inspecting it carefully. These bellows are the key, he said aloud. Without them, the forge won't get the air it needs to burn. We'll need to patch them and get the mechanisms moving again. Hela emerged from beneath the forge, her face streaked with soot. The gears are intact, but they're jammed with centuries of ash and debris. We'll need to clear them out before anything moves. Bryn groaned, resting on the hilt of his axe. This is going to take days. Then we better get started, Tharun replied, his tone leaving no room for argument. The hours that followed were grueling. Tharun worked tirelessly alongside the others, using his smithing skills to patch the bellows with strips of leather from their packs, and binding them with iron rings salvaged from the forge's scattered tools. Hela and Tharun cleared the gears, their hands blackened from ash as they worked to free the mechanisms. Bryn, despite his grumbling, proved invaluable in hauling heavy debris, his strength unmatched among the group. Durik kept watch, his keen eyes scanning the cavern for any signs of danger. Though they had encountered no threats thus far, the oppressive atmosphere of the forge kept them on edge. As the hours turned to days, progress began to show. The bellows, now repaired, gleamed faintly in the firelight. The gears, once frozen, now turned with a satisfying clank as Hela and Tharun tested them. It's coming together, Hela said, her voice tinged with cautious optimism. Tharun nodded, though his gaze remained fixed on the central chamber of the forge. The fire's the final step, he said, but it won't be easy. The lava pool feeds the forge, but the flow's been cut off. We'll need to redirect it. Tharun stepped forward, brushing ash from his hands. There's a channel above the forge, an old sluice gate. If we can open it, the lava should flow back into the chamber. How do we reach it? Bryn asked, squinting up at the towering structure. There's a path along the far wall, Tharun replied. It's narrow, but it should lead us to the mechanism. I'll go. Tharun placed a hand on his shoulder. Not alone. I'll come with you. The path to the sluice gate was treacherous. The narrow ledge clung to the cavern wall, with a sheer drop to the molten pool below. The heat was oppressive, beads of sweat streaming down Tharun's face as he followed Tharun. Every step felt precarious, the rock beneath their boots slick with condensation. When they reached the gate, it was clear the mechanism hadn't been touched in centuries. The iron wheel that controlled the flow was rusted, its surface pitted with age. Tharun tested it, grunting with effort as it refused to budge. It's stuck, he said. We'll need more leverage. Tharun examined the mechanism, his mind racing. He spotted a length of metal pipe among the debris nearby, likely a part of the original forge. "This should do," he said, wedging the pipe into the wheel to create a makeshift lever. Together they heaved against the wheel, their muscles straining. For a moment, it seemed immovable. But then, with a screech of protesting metal, it began to turn. The sluice gate creaked open, and a surge of molten lava poured down the channel, flowing into the forge's central chamber. The roar of the lava was deafening, the light blinding as it filled the chamber. Tharun and Durin shielded their faces from the heat, their hearts pounding with exhilaration and relief. "It's done," Durin said, his voice barely audible over the noise. Tharun nodded, a rare smile breaking across his face. "Let's get back." Back on the main platform, the team watched as the forge came to life. The lava flowed into the chamber, its heat reigniting the ancient mechanisms. The bellows began to move, pumping air into the flames. The sound of gears turning and metal clanging echoed through the cavern, a symphony of craftsmanship reborn. The fire roared to life, its light illuminating the entire chamber. The walls glowed with a warm, golden hue, the runes etched into the stone, seeming to dance in the flickering light. "We did it," Hela said, her voice filled with awe. "The forge is alive." Tharun stepped forward, his heart swelling with pride. He placed his hand on the edge of the forge, feeling its heat and power. "This isn't just a forge," he said. "It's a testament to what we can achieve when we work together. Durin's legacy lives on." Bryn let out a low whistle. "I've seen a lot in my time, but this is something else." Durik, who had been silent for most of the journey, nodded. "It's more than we imagined, but we're not done yet. This forge wasn't just abandoned, it was sabotaged. We need to find out why." Tharun's smile faded as Durik's words sank in. He glanced at the glowing runes on the walls, their message obscured by the passage of time. The forge had been restored, but its secrets remained buried. "We'll find the truth," he said, his resolve hardening. "But first, we honor the forge. Let's craft something worthy of its fire." The group set to work, their exhaustion forgotten in the thrill of creation. Together, they forged a blade, a masterpiece of dwarven craftsmanship, its edge gleaming with the light of the forge. It was a symbol of their journey, a reminder of the unity and resilience that had brought them this far. As Tharun held the blade aloft, the forge's fire reflected in his eyes. The forge had been rekindled, but its purpose and its legacy remained to be uncovered. The fires of the Forge of Durin roared like the heart of a living mountain, casting long, dancing shadows across the cavern's walls. The newly forged blade lay cooling on the anvil, its craftsmanship a testament to the skill and determination of the company that had rekindled the forge. Durik, ever vigilant, broke the silence. "This forge was abandoned for a reason," he said, his voice low. "The sabotage we've seen, the broken gears, the sealed gate. This wasn't the work of time alone. Someone wanted it buried." Hela, still examining the glowing runes on the walls, nodded. "These runes tell of a betrayal," she said. "Durin's kin didn't abandon this place willingly. They were forced out. But by whom? And why?" Tharun leaned against his bow, his sharp eyes scanning the cavern. If this forge was a threat to someone, they may not have forgotten it. We've made a lot of noise bringing it back to life. The weight of his words settled over the group. They had uncovered something powerful, but power often came with danger. Tharun stepped forward, gripping the newly forged blade. Its edge caught the firelight, gleaming like a shard of starlight. If we've reignited the forge, we've reignited Durin's legacy, he said. And if there's a truth buried here, we'll uncover it. But first, we ensure this forge stands, no matter what comes. As the group rested briefly, Hela's curiosity drew her back to the glowing runes. The warmth of the forge seemed to intensify the inscriptions, making new symbols visible where the light hadn't reached before. She called out to the others, her voice urgent. "Here, there's more." The company gathered around, their shadows flickering on the wall as they read the inscription aloud. "The fire within burns brightest when the mountain is whole. To break the forge is to break the kin. Protect it, for it holds the heart of our people." Below the runes, a faint outline of a door appeared, blending seamlessly into the rock. Hela ran her hands over it, feeling the grooves and joints. "There's something behind this," she said. "A chamber, perhaps." Tharun stepped forward, the blade in hand. "If it's hidden, there's a reason. Let's find out." It took their combined strength to pry the door open. The ancient mechanisms groaned. Beyond it lay a smaller, perfectly preserved room, its walls lined with shelves of ledgers, maps, and artifacts. At the center of the room was a pedestal holding a single object, a masterfully crafted crown of mithril, set with glowing gemstones that pulsed faintly, as if alive. The company stared in awe. "Durin's crown," Bryn whispered. "The tales spoke of it, but I never thought it was real." Tharun stepped closer, his voice cautious. "This isn't just a relic. This crown, it was meant to unify, to lead." Hela picked up one of the ledgers, flipping through its pages. "These records, they detail the construction of the forge and its purpose. It wasn't just a place for crafting. It was the heart of Durin's vision, a symbol of unity among the clans. And yet, it was sabotaged," Durik added grimly. "Someone wanted that unity destroyed." As the group marveled at their discovery, a distant sound echoed through the cavern, the rhythmic clanging of metal against stone. Tharun stiffened, his hand going to his bow. "We're not alone." The sound grew louder, accompanied by the faint glow of torches in the distance. Shadows moved along the cavern walls, their forms growing clearer as they approached. It wasn't long before a group of armed figures emerged from the darkness, mercenaries, their armor mismatched but deadly, their eyes gleaming with greed. The leader, a tall figure with a scar running down his face, stepped forward. "Well, what do we have here?" he said, his voice dripping with mockery. "The legends were true after all. The Forge of Durin and its treasures." Tharun stepped in front of the crown, the blade in his hand. "This forge belongs to the dwarves. You have no claim here." The leader laughed, his men fanning out to surround the company. And yet here we are. You've done the hard work for us, lighting the forge, uncovering the relics. Now, we'll take it all. The cavern erupted into chaos as the mercenaries charged. Durik met them head-on, his axe cleaving through their ranks with the strength of a seasoned warrior. Bryn fought beside him, his swings precise and unrelenting. Tharun fired arrow after arrow, each shot finding its mark, while Hela wielded her pickaxe with surprising ferocity. Tharun stood his ground near the forge, the blade in his hand a beacon of dwarven craftsmanship. The leader of the mercenaries lunged at him, their weapons clashing in a shower of sparks. The sound of metal against metal echoed through the cavern, the heat of the forge making every movement a struggle. "You think you can protect this place?" the leader sneered, driving Tharun back. "It's nothing but a tomb." "It's a legacy," Tharun growled, parrying the attack. "And I'll die before I let you take it." With a surge of strength, he knocked the leader off balance, his blade finding its mark. The mercenary fell with a cry, and the remaining attackers began to falter. One by one, they retreated, disappearing into the darkness from which they came. The battle left the company battered but victorious. The forge still roared, its fire unyielding, as if it, too, had fought to protect itself. Tharun stood before it, his hands resting on the edge of the anvil. "We've done more than reignite a forge," he said, his voice steady despite his exhaustion. "We've reignited hope." The company gathered around him, their faces illuminated by the firelight. Hela placed the crown back on its pedestal, her expression solemn. "This belongs to all of us," she said. "Not just our company, but all dwarves. It's a symbol of who we are, and who we can be." Bryn let out a tired laugh. "So what now? Do we just leave it here, waiting for the next group of thieves?" Tharun shook his head. "We protect it. We spread the word. This forge isn't just a relic. It's a call to action, a reminder that our people are stronger together." As they left the forge, its fire burning brightly behind them, the company carried with them the weight of their journey and the promise of what lay ahead. They returned to Khazad-dûm as heroes, their tale spreading through the halls like wildfire. Tharun knew their work was far from over. The forge had been rekindled, but its true purpose, unity among the dwarves, was a flame that would take time to grow. Yet as he stood before his kin, the newly forged blade in his hand, he felt the strength of Durin's legacy within him. And so, the lost Forge of Durin became a beacon of hope, its fire burning bright in the heart of the mountain, a symbol of resilience, unity, and the unyielding spirit of the dwarves. As the tale of Tharun Ironfist and his courageous company's journey to rekindle the lost Forge of Durin draws to a close, let this story remind us of the strength found in unity, the resilience of a people bound by purpose, and the enduring flame of legacy. Through their unwavering determination and the bonds forged in the heart of the mountain, we discover that even in the deepest shadows of forgotten history, the fire of hope and craftsmanship can shine brighter than ever. Thank you for joining me tonight, my fellow adventurers. Until next time,
May your dreams be filled with the echoes of ancient hammers, the warmth of glowing forges, and the endless promise of new tales waiting to inspire your spirit. Good night.